Hello, everybody. My name is Welcome. Did y'all know? Chat, chat. Markiplier. Markiplier got married. Markiplier got married. Markiplier got married, yes. Yeah. Markiplier got married. I need to make sure that my Spotify is on. Nope, it isn't on shuffle. Get on shuffle, you. Okay, there you go. Markiplier got married. I think he got married on like September 20th, but then posted it like a couple days ago. But my friends were going absolutely batshit crazy because of that. Also, chat, if you guys aren't if you guys are wanting to join, you should probably join now. Also, I'm using those like Spotify mix type playlists cuz cuz you know. I like how the moment I said that both of you joined. Don't talk about the internet. Your grandpa doesn't understand. So, y'all know the artist Hijinks. I may or may not have ordered 3 Louis stickers from them and they came in. So I have one right over my ring light, or not my ring light, but my light um that I got during stream. And then I got one at the Sun and Moonshine, and then I got one in with my ducks, so they're like watching me. Hold up, let me quickly get this. Also, I got a new turtleneck. Like, it's actually pretty cool. But, there's one right there, and then there's one inside here, so you just see Louis just in the dark. And the other one is kind of like. The other one is like inside the Sun and Moonshine back there. But I don't have I don't have a large enough wire, guys. I don't have a large enough wire, guys. No wire. No large wire. Anyways, let's get that on. And let's get this thing on. Try not to flashbang myself again. I don't like being in this light. Okay. There we go. I look better in tan-ish light type thingies. Anyways. But yeah. I got this from my workplace at the thrift store. I actually had my Gma um get it because she collects Thomas Kincaid photos. And I was like, "Hey Gma, there's a Thomas Kincaid here," and she was like, "I am on my way. I am on my way." It was really funny. Um, but basically, she got there and I was like, you should also get this since I'm the only reason why you have it now. They were selling it for about $30 and it had a authentication, like it had the certificate of authenticity. I don't know how the fucking word said. Should I have candy here sticker? In case you get... There's a candy here? Wait, there's a candy here sticker? Oh my god, there is. I didn't realize that. I need to get... I need to get some more of the stickers. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. Huh. Good job. I like how I just get out and all four of you, or all three, oh yes, four. All three of y'all are just like staring. Equip. You are going over here. I do need this one. Fourth one is here spiritually. Yeah, yeah. How are you that... You saw the Louis stickers? Yeah. Yeah, I got the Louis stickers. I can actually grab one of them because one of them's all the way like back there. One's like above my light, and then the third one is right here because it's funny. I'm starting a Louis army just like I started the Duck army. I got a little TikTok popular because of all the fucking ducks that I've got. Like, they go all the way back there, too. They go all the way back there. Anyways, yeah. Oh my gosh, I was trying to close that. You should count them all. I think the last time I counted, I have given some away, but the last time I counted, I had at least 190. I had 190 ducks. And I have like 4 of the large, like the large ones that are like this size. Yeah. Yeah. It was really funny is because it was, the videos came out whenever, like, I think Hazbin Hotel came out and like everybody was like, are you Lucifer? Do you have a daughter named Charlie? Anyways, let's start a run. ABC Pro run, and then I gotta not ruin. We're not gonna ruin it. ABC for pro run. Guys, we're pros. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? I'm scared of this Shelly behind us. And, oh god, we have hackers. There's Shelly and Astro. Let's go to the Sproutivator. I'm very scared of them. I'm also scared that there's a Shrimpo and a Brightney. I don't want them here. I don't want them here. You can be backup. You can be backup. I'm main. I'm main. Also, did y'all see them? Have y'all tried... They're like sweetbread. Huh. I have not. I have not seen that. Also, ad time. Not the fancy purse. Pebble with a fancy purse! Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Victim of a cannibal. Man, I look so much like my father. Ugh. Ugh. I need to change that, bro. Tissue! Oh, tissue! And Poppy! Brightney, why the fuck are you going immediately to them? Bruh. Why is it so loud? It's so loud. Every time someone spots me, it's like, boom! Like that, and I'm like, no! There's a machine in here! Oh no, who's getting killed? Who's getting killed? Where's the other one? Gimme, gimme, gimme! Thank you! I don't know this song. What is this song? Let me look at Spotify real quick. I know this maybe? I recognize the voice, but at the same time, some people do sound the same. Yeah, I know, you got an ad. Oh shit, we do have a Sprout. I cannot lose them. I'm concerned about Yada players. They could have the worst trinkets or the best. Either bad or good. Oh hey, there's another valve! There's another valve, guys. This is... Oh shit. Oh fuck, I lost it. Damn it. Oh well, this is good too. I'm offended as a I can't play right now, so you're here for okay, you're here for emotional support. Open. Give me that fucking box of chocolates. I would love that. Thank you so much. Evil Yada. Oh my god, it is Yada! There's some tapes here. There's some tapes here. There's some tapes behind me. Pebble, I swear, get away from me. Don't try to take them twisteds off me. I swear I will use my southern accent and I will go pew pew with my Oklahoma gun. I have a wisdom tooth growing in, bro. I don't even know what to do at this point, because it's like, what do I even do? What do I do? I don't have, like, a primary care physician or, like, a main dentist I go to either, and so it's just, Goop, get away from me. Goop, get the fuck away from me. Please. Thank you. Thank you. I have rabbit. I know. I know. Like, I have my top two teeth, but also, like, I've got... Not that often. So my, like, canine teeth... Oh shit, not everybody's here. Everybody get to the elevator. So, like, I got this one up here. It decided, so this one right here, it decided to grow, in front of a tooth whenever I was like, a really little kid. It grew in front of another tooth that I had, in front of the baby tooth. And I had to get that baby tooth taken out. Because for some reason, that baby tooth did not want to leave. And so now that tooth is, like, all the way up there compared to, like, here. This one's normal. This one's not. Ooh, blackout floor 3. Come here, Brusha. Is your ass over here. And then I gotta find the child. The child's right here, though. Gimme. Sprout. What's up? Bye-bye. Keep hearing Pebble bark, and that concerns me because Pebble is standing right there! Pebble! On emotion, deepest ocean. My eyes, they just immediately glow and they get brighter. My eyes. At least I'm not getting completely flashbanged, because whenever I, like, didn't have that light or the camera, like, I would just play in a dark-ass room. My room would be dark. Like, it would be super dark. And so, like, I would just immediately get... I need to get them. I still need to get them over here so that we can have Sprout get them tapes. My eyes, though, but like, every time Brightney was, like, on the screen... Oh, hey, there's a medkit. My eyes would just be like... And I'm like, no! My eyes! You put... Like, if you guys were here before I had, like, the webcam and whatnot, or, like, had my webcam on... Because I just recently... Yeah, literally. It was literally a Brightney flashbang. Also, today's hydrate is Powerade, because it's on sale at Winco. Oh, Shrippo! And Block! Oh, he's a little baby boy! God, it's so loud. It's so loud. It's so loud. There's a jumper cable! All I hear is just... Oh my gosh, he's so cute! He's so big. Oh, no, get the fuck away! Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, Brightney! Why are you following me? Oh my god, I am losing my voice. Oh my gosh, I am losing my voice. Hi, Sprout. I can literally just start doing this. But yeah, like, I'm not as embarrassed about, I guess, myself as I was a while ago. But used to, like, I had such, like, I thought that I was, like, the worst looking person ever. And it was just horrible, especially whenever I was in high school. Like, I was kind of, it was during the Dream SMP era. So, like, freshman all the way up to, like, my senior year. I think around my senior or junior year, I finally started getting more comfortable with myself. And now I'm mostly, I guess, mostly comfortable with myself. But a lot of the time it was just kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. I guess I had, like, such bad body dysmorphia, and it was just awful to deal with. Especially whenever I was, like, 14 to 17. Like, that, it got even worse, because that, I think 14 and 15, I was grounded, and so all I had, like, I didn't have any electronics or anything, because I was grounded for, like, 2 years. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh no! No! She's chasing Brightney! They say my- Oh no. Shit. 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 What do we do about this? Ow. I got hurted. I got hurted. Thank you. Oh shit, we didn't do a good... There we go. That's a good exchange. Holy cow, those machines are getting done pretty fast. Honestly, I really want to try, like, playing with a whole bunch... Ooh, thank you! Playing with, like, a whole bunch... Brightney! Right? I will let them get you. I will let... Oh my god. She was just standing there. She didn't get behind the box. She didn't even get a... Literally, she didn't even get behind the box. Literally. She literally just stood there. She literally just I don't either. Bryony's looking at Goob though. Is that? No, that's not Goob. That's Brusha. What? Fuck. Motherfucker, 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 motherfucker. I might grab that. I might grab that. Where's my other Twisted? Where did Brusha go? Wait, where is it? Yeah, it's a Sid you see. Oh, it's over there. I was thinking to write, like, over here. V, be careful. I just don't want to get Shrimpo on you. Where did my other Twisted go? Goob has my other Twisted! Where? Why? Brady, be careful. Be careful. I need my other Twisted. Goob, wait. Got him. Fuck. Get your asses over here. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna go the long way. You got this. Brightney, get your ass in the elevator. I swear. What the fuck? Honestly, at this point, we're getting in. I'm just getting in. I am literally just getting in. Oh. Brightney, you are the only one missing a heart. Why did you pick first aid? Smile? Okay. Yato! I don't care about that cola. I only care about the chocolate. Just a little something that happened yesterday with me when me and Louie were in a run. Wasn't that... Oh, wait. I'm trying to remember what happened. I've worked since then. Honestly, that should have gone to the backup. Oh. Oh, yeah, you were in that run. So, last night... Honestly, I don't like bops, as much as I like box of chocolates. I prefer a box of chocolate over a bop. So this Cosmo kept on healing me whenever I was at 2. This Cosmo, I literally told them, Cosmo, stop healing me. I was literally like, Cosmo, stop. Cosmo, stop. Cosmo. Cosmo. Like, what the fuck? Boy. brother. What was that? What was that? Oh, I can't grab the fucking arrow. I want the arrow in, but I can't grab it. Hi, Boxaboo. Oh, Shrimpo. Oh, Shrimpo. Get over here. I'm gonna go this way. Hopefully they don't see Brightney. Okay. Buxton. What the fuck? Excuse me. Excuse me. Why'd you take my Twisteds? Why'd you take my Twisteds? Fuck. My Twisteds got taken and then I... Oh. What the fuck, Brightney? I'm letting her at this point. I'm letting her at this point. She did that to herself. She did that to herself. Don't even try to take them at this point. That's just gonna get you hurt. My fucking Twisteds got taken twice. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad. What was that? The greed that Cosmos have where the character skin scares me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Who's here? Astro! Woo! Come on, Poppy. And you. They better wait for panic. Thank you. Swear that Peb led to someone on a machine. Oh yeah, Pebble led them to V. Yeah, Pebble led them all to V. Not them all, but I think Pebble led Shrimpo to V. Oh. I don't care for this Brightney. No! Don't save them! Fuck. You thought you heard someone else get hit too? So both Brightney and Pebble took the Twisteds away from me, and when Brightney took them away, Flight was trying to get them back. Brightney turned the corner when Flight was right there, and so they immediately went boom right into Flight. So that might be the other hit that you saw. Hello. Oh, it's the demon child. It's the demon child. Oh no. Thank you, Coffee Boy! I can't see. Can't fucking see. Oh my god, I cannot believe that. At this point, she can take them? I'm gonna be at Broken. Oh shit, you had Demon Child on you. who you are. There's a tape over here. Give me your heart. Only give you my body. It's right here and right here. Oh my god. Why are you over here? Why is she over here? Why is my ping spiking, bro? Person. I swear. I'm just really sorry. Trying. You're tickling my ping? Lamp move. Oh my god. Literally. This is a pro run, guys. This is a pro run. Oh. Fine. Listen, listen. Brightney wanted to do it. If Brightney died, Brightney died. We will die with this team, bro. Oh, man. Oh my god. The fact that Brightney keeps on immediately going into the, like, out of the elevator. Finally. It's a kitchen floor, apologizing for my well, never entering yours. Probably Brightney. Can someone bring the other Twisted to me? So that we don't... Oh, thank you. Yippee! There's another machine right here, by the way. I'm making progress. Where did Goop go? I'm so fucking sorry. It's literally just us and then Pebble. I noticed. I just noticed that. Dude, I thought you said get to, like, got to go instead of get to elevator. Hello! Goodbye! Hello, everybody! My name is Welcome! Literally. Bro did not get to distract at all. Down on my silhouette, get you your panic tapes, got eyes. All nightmares start as dreams, so screaming. They say that beauty's just skin deep, but so naturally. R.I.P. Bright. Nah, not rest in peace. Rest in hell. Pep, what's your high floor? Just wondering. Why does Pep still have fancy purse? That scares me. Baby, will you show me your bones? Throats and petticoats, your baby teeth, I'll pray for you. Book is always your band-aid. Guys, there's not a band-aid. There's a medkit anyways. Uniprime. I don't either. I don't like this map either. Also, at least floor 15 and up. Let's start let's start saving the closest to last. Bones, bones, here we're all alone. If I come home, baby, will you show me your bones? Ooh. All nightmares start as dreams. All love starts as a scheme. Give me all your LSD so I can feel my mind unweave again. They say that beauty's just skin deep. Wanna know if the feeling follows home. Bones, bones, bones. Yeah, don't pop it until everybody's at the elevator. Besides me, you know. Oh yes, do we want well? I want well-paced, guys. I want well-paced. Who's gonna be with me? Am I on my own? I'm on my own. I'm on my own. Y'all didn't back me? I can't believe y'all. Ooh, we have 4. All right. Oh, we have all 4 of them now. See? Oh no. Uh-oh. Boost me up, Flutter Boy. Boost me up, Flutter Boy. Oh my gosh. Love that. I love that. I love 6, 7. Oh, hell yeah. I got boosted up instead. I can drink your blood if you let me, baby. You have your love until you hate me. Is everybody at the elevator? Yes, everybody is at the elevator. If you're done with it, sweetheart, you still take it. Why did Tegan run that way? Oh, ad break in a minute. Pebble, what is your high floor? Pebble. Pebble. Pebble, what is your high floor? Pebble. 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 Damn. Yes, to err is human, so don't be one. This was a mistake, I'll take my leave. But before we go, let me know if you see a little black bag with a toe tag, please. If you don't hate me, then reanimate me. Prove it to me, baby. Lightning in these veins, these instincts I've met, needed to abstain. The monsters can be... What? I was trying to say monsters can be people, and then I was like, wait, that's not the right line, and then I just said monsters can be. Oh gosh. For some reason, whenever I'm talking, I talk like how I read. So it's like I'm like reading, but I'm not reading at the same time. But at the same time, like, with all of that, I'm also dyslexic. I think Sprout failed a skill check. Uh-oh. I have to sing a song to my ping, I swear. I don't like my ping. Wait, I miscounted. Oh no, bro miscounted. Yes, still get to the elevator. Get to the elevator, guys! Pebbles on one. I keep forgetting that I have buttons on my mouse, and every time I made them to where they can, like... Huh? What are y'all saying, Papa? I don't even know what I was talking about. Papa heart attack. Can I get a T to the A? I think I like the Connie Jash version more. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, Spratflor! There's a med kit over there. Light! Behind you! Behind you! I am literally losing my voice. Damn. Apoclane. Papa TV? No. No more TV. No, no. No TV, buddy. No more movie. Papa TV woman. Weird. Are you talking about me? What? What? Guys, get to the fucking elevator. Get to the elevator. Who are you? Who are... Oh, wait, you're calling V. I'm concerned for y'all. Just so you know, I am concerned for y'all. Oh, bro has to go? No, you have to stay for the stream. Up and down, go oof. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey, V. Oh, hey, it's a blackout with V in it. Why is there both an Ichor leak and a blackout? I thought they weren't supposed to be whole. I like the one person is like, we love to give you all the land. Like that. Bro's singing opera, bro. We love. Yo, TV woman wanna smoke? Oh. Good joint. Dude, it's just me in chat, guys. Everybody else either died or left. POV, pro run. Quit all the people that like, survive are just the actual pros. Above the sun, came back again to... Hello! Are my favorite spots clear yet? Huh? What are y'all doing? I'm concerned. We're gonna just... Y'all have taken your chatting privileges away. I ate an entire thing of guacamole, like, not even 5 minutes before stream. I'm not gonna lie. It was good, though. It was really good. I can't fucking see. I'm scared to open that. I'm not gonna open that. I'm actually curious. I'm never gonna open that again. What? Is everybody? All but V. I think V just popped it, though. Yeah, V popped it. Violence. Your mother is dead. Your mom. Big bad putty of the apocalypse. She opens her lips and it goes like this. When the golden rule in the jungle meet, there'll be nothing to love and there'll be no one to be. Oh, the things we know, the things we don't know, the things we will and won't. We love you. I didn't see who was there. Communists, they did the hokey pokey and it went like this. You hate each other and you love yourselves. It must be heaven and it might be hell. Where the one that saw me? Where is it? Someone else saw me and then immediately latched off of me. I don't know where they went. Chat, take him to the broken. Take him to the broken. Oh, R&D's here. Say you're still her, the woman you were, and haven't turned into. There's a machine over here. There's also some tapes over here, guys. Thank you. Whoa, oh, oh. What can I say to convince you to slip back into my arms tonight again. I won't do you no harm again. Let me tell you I'm sorry and that I'm just a little bit crazy with you. It's a little bit out of my mind. I'm just yes. I'm super cool at singing, guys. I can't distract, sing, and read the lyrics at the same time. Because most songs, even though I know the song by heart half the time, I can't fucking sing it without the lyrics. For some reason. Does not know the truth and much than the lies. Whoa, oh, oh. What can I say to convince you to make you agree with me? I don't need you to be with me. Try to remember what you see in me, 'cause I'm just a little bit crazy about you. I'm just a little bit out of my mind. Just a little insane without sorry. Just a little bit. You can... Oh, that's a prime one. Never mind. Whee. I'll be there singing till our heartbeats might slip back into that rhythm again. Whether it is or it isn't the end, who cares? God knows that I could use a friend. I'm just a little bit crazy about you. Just a little bit out of my mind. Just a little insane without you. Please come back and be just a little bit. I'm just a little bit crazy about you. Just a little bit out of my mind. Just a little insane without you. I didn't get fucking Tisha. Get the fuck out of that corner, bro. Brother. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Get this dude off the stage. Throws pop. Ah. Oh shit, I am so sorry. Oh shit, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am literally so sorry. Did you call me? What did you call me? Bro called me something so bad that it got tagged. Ooh. Ooh. My heart was stolen by a pickpocket in the deep city streets in the summer of 2012, and I never even saw her face. My soul, my dreams were shattering into this window. I can't sing this fast. I cannot sing this fast. Saved. It just seems unlikely that welcome back to blame. So I bookmark my DSM because I need to remember my place. Woo, this is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. Gotta get to the bottom of it. Gotta get to the bottom of it. Gotta get to the bottom of it. Take you with me. My soul's crushed like a... Now we need it. guys, flight's on 2. Flight's on 2. Take the road on higher ground and tell me don't look down. You'll fall and break your back. But that just reminds me how there's so much more to be found beneath. Looks like this is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough. Somebody else saw me. Oh, Poppy. No, we need to hit the bottom. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Take you with me. Honestly, that's a good idea. Since it is floor 19, it's a good idea to leave the last machine to the closest machine, like to the closest to the thank you, or the closest to the elevator. More where that came from around. This is my favorite song, part of the song. Looking down up, we see the point of entry. Between where we 69. Looking up, we see heaven send me. Hand me my shovel. I'm going in. Looking up, we see the point of entry between where we are and we've been. Looking down, I could say, heaven send me, hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Who just lagged? Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, bot. Fuck you, bot. Oh, we don't like the bots. Except for Ko-Fi Bot and Stream Elements. Ko-Fi Bot's the best, though. Ko-Fi Bot is the best. Bro, V, what the hell? Ew. To prove it. Someone immediately saw me. Oh my god, again? PETA, we've gone astral like 4 different times. What the hell? PETA, he's jumping us. I forgot where Astro was. I think Astro's in the broken elevator room. Is that him? No, that's a shell. Oh, there he is. Yippee. Yay. Scrum-diddly-unctious. Good job. We are at floor 20. Yippee. Hello, flight. Num num. No, I need to hit the bottom. Don't you even dare say that. You better delete. Yeah, don't joints it. Ooh, this is a nice... I miss listening, like, I miss whenever I first found this album. I'm not gonna lie, I really miss whenever I first found like Tally Hall and Miracle Musical. Like, I learned about Miracle Musical first before I learned about Tally Hall, and like, oh, it was an amazing. Thank you, my bot. It was amazing. Like, I think I was in 6th, 7th grade, maybe? And, like, My friend had shown me the... Okay, time to kill V. Where's V? Where's V? I'm time to kill her. Where's V? Oh, V! Oh, V! Oh, V! I see you! Kill John Lennon! Kill John Lennon! Aster, literally, we've gotten him like 3 or 4, 3/4 in a row, I think. Literally. Yeah, you better cry. You better cry. I swear, if he spawns. I swear. Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfuckers. I am not distracting. Oh my god, my fucking med kit. Ow! Well, fuck you. I'm taking my fucking band-aid. You asshole. Someone take Gigi and Carp. Oh, yes. I need to draw. You know what? Fuck you. You ain't taking that shit. I'm using it first. Ah! Oh, thank you. It's like, help me. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She is going to, snap the moments. Shit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 4, 7. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry. Oh shit. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2. I just lost like all of them. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just hurry. Wait, I'm out of stamina. Hold up. Hold up, don't pop it yet. Do not pop it yet. Do not pop it yet. I'm making my way over. Okay, now you can. Oh. Oh shit. Got him. I'm gonna grab that med kit the last second. Go. Fuck! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh shit. No. Damn it. She fucking stole it. At least I got one. Rip my med, my band, and my box of chocolates. Because I panicked. I panicked. I was out of stamina and I panicked. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, how are they not getting them? How are they not getting, like, oh? Time to grab, oh my gosh, there's a med kit right there. Alright, I have one right now. Ooh. Oh my god, there's two. Oh my god, there's two. There's two med kits on the floor. Hey Sprout, you missed a tape. You missed like 2 tapes. Well, I guess I can take this one. They're literally... Yeah, yeah. I'd wear that. By the way, did Pebble die? Pebble had to go. I don't know if it's... Oh yeah, they talk too much. Yeah, Pebble had to leave. It was kind of tragic. Yeah, they left at like 4:15 or 16. One of those two. The day they found me, you couldn't do it. What? Troubled all of my wires in a box for safekeeping. Oh, ad break soon. Oh man, I wanted to go that way. Shake my head. Yeah, I'm ready. Whee. Guys, I'm on my way. Yada just wanted to spin. Yada just wanted to spin. Did you see that? Yada was just like, spin. Round and round and round and we go and round. Yada NATO. Yeah. Bro just wanted to go. Money. Give me your money. Like I was going to war. Soon appeared and I quickly was revered. I thought we were love, could have felt like Wah, 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 wah. How the fuck did you not see me, Brusha? Why is your eyesight so shit when I don't need it to be? Observation lines. I got 4, and we have 6 twisteds. I just realized that. We're at the max twisted, max twisted, not length. Why was I trying to say length? Obsidian the Rock Boy's latest. Shut the fuck up! I'm literally Obsidian the Rock Boy. I look down at my phone, like, Obsidian the Rock Boy's latest VOD is ready for you. Huh? That's me. That's me. I am literally Obsidian the Rock Boy. Huh? There's like so many treadmill machines around here. No. Make in Japan. It's gonna fit in your hand. It's getting lonely. Getting hard to breathe. The arcade's empty. I think it's Christmas Eve. Getting the painting on my skin. I'm hiccuping. There's a stealth candy. Kicking me and pushing me over. Now they see my blood on the sneakers. You can't win me, I can't be beat. I won't hurt you lest you cheat. You can't see me behind the screen. Yippee! Human and half mushy. Yay, 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 yay. Ba 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 da ba. Ba ba da ba. Ba 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 da dum bum bum ba da dum bum. Bum 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 bum. I keep forgetting I can do that, like, type of voice. Bum 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 bum. Is bro okay? Bro is lagging. Plop. Oh my god, I gave V a nose first try. Oh hey, there's a band-aid. I am so excited for the Halloween update. I'm not gonna lie, I am so excited. I'm going to try to get all of the skins, hopefully. I cannot wait. I literally cannot wait. I'm like... Same. I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to grind it, like, really hard. Like, right now. R&D! Floppy! Bro immediately got hit. Oh, come on, Triple! Oh my god, they were racing for that machine. They were like racing. They were like, go, 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 go. Evil moat. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'ma kick your motherfucking ass. Pulverized as fuck with my Bergen truck. I think you're out of luck. Truck. Shush. 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 Oh no. think we are. So, oh yeah, I have the. Something is fishy. Fishy. Fishy, like, my name is Shelley, 'cause I'm a shell. Yo, be my best friend. My name is V, without a T. Yeah. My name's V, guys. Oh, I didn't realize that, like, I didn't realize, that we were popping. Whoopsies. Oh, hell yeah. When did I become afraid of the dark? This is my introduction to Willwood. This was legitimately, it was that one animation, like, the multi-animation, project. What the fuck? Laid my irises only when I'm... Well, I guess I should probably use this. Not the sunshine, I am not the moon at night. Well, who am I? My ears! Ah! My ears! My fucking ears! I am so sorry. Oh my god. Can someone please take V? I was not gonna risk that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Uh-oh. 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 That ain't good. My fucking ears. Fuck. Fuck. I couldn't see. I could not see that. I did not really, Well, I'm gonna sit back and relax. Or not. That is the possible... That's the worst possible combination I could have gotten. Especially on this map. Unless if there was, like, Astro included. But honestly, floor 25, I think that was pretty good. That was pretty good of a run. Flight's currently being chased. That ain't good. That ain't good at all. Who should I be then? Same. I will be the sunshine. I will be the moon at night. Who else should I be when I can't fucking see? I will be the sunshine. I will be the moon at night. Honestly though, floor 25 was a pretty good run. And we didn't get, like, that fucked up twist. We didn't get Pebble until floor 25 anyways. And so, like, we didn't really... Yeah. It was a pretty good run, though. Pretty good. Flight, you need to run. They're all- oh my god, even Pebble's running. There's the main. There they go. All right towards V. We have a setting to turn off some twisteds and runs. I don't think that would be, like, available, unfortunately. Unless there should be like a practice mode, honestly. There should be a practice mode. Like maximum twists you can turn off as 3 or something. Ah yes, just turn off Pebble, Toodles, and Gigi. Just so we don't get this fucked up twisted combo again. Because I realized with Sprout and Pebble's kind of, like, difficult. Mainly because, like, you have to dodge Sprout's tentacle along with, like, having to deal with fast things. And then V just adds a cherry on top there because it's like you can't even, like, you can't see half the time because her pop-ups are in the way of where you need to be. Like, they're literally in the way of where you need to be. How's Flight doing? Oh shit, Flight's not doing well. My ping went up to 800! God damn! Oh, it's like... oh my gosh. Bro's getting ill. I think they might have fixed it, by the way. Just so you know. Like, I'd be careful. Yeah, they fixed it. They fixed it. Oh, shit. Is this thing on? I don't know, man. Is it? Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Stop doing so many. Oh my gosh. Why did the bots start doing, like, multiple? Like, bro, I'm still gonna ban you. Luckily, this one, like, they got it to where you can see the fucking whatchamacallits. But at the same time, bro, they're doing more than... V, no! Not my son griefing, that's my boy! That's my boy! Shh, I'm helping you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh shit! Oh shit! Holy shit. I look up to my light that's right there, And all I see is just Louis. Louis is like, well, one day you'll be not even a faint memory. Louis Light. Louis Light. Hell yeah. Bro, Sprout is in that room. That's terrifying. That is horrifying. That is like, why are you here? I don't know why yes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. That ain't good. That ain't good at all. Oh no. Oh shit. No, 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 no. V, no. 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 Oh. Good luck, flight. 9/11. Peter, they just hit the second tower. And then they all go into the broken elevator room. Luck, flight. Oh shit, Lily. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That was probably one of the worst places as well. Got a gust going. Yeah. R.I.P. Got a gust going, bro. My hair ain't wanting to. Why is the machine there? Yeah. My hair is kind of being weird. So please, baby, do the list. Don't be nervous. No, don't be nervous. Like, why is everyone there? I don't know. They just want to be there. I think my friend, like, we had a similar, like, this was like months ago. Probably like last November, I think. How the hell did Sprout not see you? Something's fishy. That's odd. Just book it. Oh my god, Pebble's over there too. Why am I yawning so much, bro? The yawner, yeah. You need to book it and do that machine. Bro, you need to book it. Never mind, don't book it there. Oh. You will be able to play in about an hour and 30 minutes. Holy shit. Thank you, Cuff, my bot. pixelated. Yummy pixels. Yummy pixels. V, I will kill you next round. I will kill you next round. Oh my god, Pebble. It's just Pebble wanting to be there. Yeah, they did. That was the only good thing about it. Dude, bro's on 1 heart. Is bro gonna be able to do this? Louie's there, by the way. Oh shit, Brusha! Then he's approaching. This is hell yeah. Bro's probably not even gonna be able to get past this floor because of this. Oh, yeah. At least die to Pebble. Like a real man. Die to Pebble. Trust. Don't die to Sprout. Okay. Don't die to Sprout. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. That ain't cool. Come on, Pibs. Come on, Pibs. Come on, Pibs. Yeah! 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 Speaking of Pebble, I don't think Pebble's awake. I think Pebble's sleeping right now. Because they're nocturnal. There's Louie. My gosh, guys, it's Louie. It's Twisted Louie. It's the twisted version of him. It's the twisted version of this little guy. It's the twisted version of him. Yeah, that's a fucked up, like, round, though. It was good at first, and then suddenly, without any warning, boom, Sprout, boom, V, boom, everybody else. That was kind of terrifying, guys. Go to the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. I really need to re-dye my hair. This shit is like... It's getting back to my normal hair color and I don't like it. I don't like it like that. Hey, at least there's no, like, floating Shellies. Started to change when I did what like a light or like a kind. I should probably make the TikTok saying that I'm live. What sound should I use? My wheel wants me to play as Gigi and you will listen. You were playing in a public with a friend once. Hey, yo. And there was a Care Bear Shelly that was just obsessed with lemons. Who is you? Who are you? What are you doing in here? Why do you have both clown horn and ribbon spool? Oh my gosh. 7 hours until event. Bro. Wrong 2. Wrong 2. Wrong 3? 7 hours. Okay, let's chat. Look, it's you! And the Louis. Chat. I'm live. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hi. Who should we have the... Oh, hell yeah. We gotta have some Spear of Justice. I need to play Undertale again. I think the last time I played was last October. There? You know, I had an idea. Play as someone with 5-star stam, put on the cooler, do Dial's floor. So, like, the tune, Sprouter Blot, have 300. Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy cow, that would be a lot. Okay, hashtag Dandy World, hashtag Louis, hashtag Dandy World Distractor, hashtag Streamer, gotta do my awesome, cool, amazing hashtags. Actually, wait. What chat, pick a hashtag. And the endurance cards. Oh my gosh. Just a whole bunch of stamina. No, I'm not gonna do V-Stinks. I'm not gonna do V-Stinks. Hashtag V. I love V. Okay, hashtag V. Post. It's been posted. Oh yeah, my friend Nico was live earlier too. Yippee! It's mine. Okay, it is. I was like, huh, ad break? Ad break soon. Say about nightmares. I'll stay awake tonight. I wanna make my murder look like a suicide. But they'll know that the body's mine. Yes, ad breaks. Let's go on the run. Let's go on a random run. They'll know. Oh wait, there's actually a minute remaining. Never mind. It's so fucking loud. The radio comes from the radio? Holy shit. I just noticed that. It comes from the fucking radio. Guys, the radio comes from the radio. It's gonna be scraps or goop. Oh god, no. That's just, I think it's gonna be Louis. Yeah, trust it's gonna be Louis. Trust it's gonna be Louis. Trust it's going to be Louis. Trust, guys, it's gonna be Louis. 38, 37, 38, 36, 30. I don't look through Roger's time glass, bro. It's gonna be... it's gonna be Pebble, trust. It's gonna be Pebble. It'd be funny, it's Pebble. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, It's Astro! It's Astro! Was once new Amsterdam. Why'd they change it? I can't say. People just liked it better that way. Bow down, shut your mouth. I'm gonna smack you with a baseball bat. Actually, I don't have a baseball bat, but I do have a 3-pound. Actually, I don't have a baseball bat, but I do have a 3-pound weight. Dude, that was scary. I thought I had broken my thingy. Imagine getting an ad. Imagine spelling ad as addition instead of AD. You're saying add, you're saying addition. Teehee, you're saying addition. Fine. Check this. Mock trains. Mock trains. Oh gosh, let's do kings, queens, monarchs. Who would a king be? I don't think I have any glisten skins. I just really I don't have any. Oh! Oh my gosh. Yada run. Yada only run. Yada run. Yada run. Yes. Yada run. Yada run. Yes, you are. Beat Poppy up. Beat him up. Guys, join me. Beat Poppy up. Join me. Please. Bro, why did one of you... Imagine having coin... Like, imagine having Fancy Purse and the Blush Crunch bat. It is... I want Poppy to show me if they have a main. The fuck? The fuck you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh, they're saying yap yap B. Please tell me you cannot be talking with those trinkets. Literally! Literally! Oh my gosh, that bro has fucking Fancy Purse and the Blush Crunch bat. Opinion? I know this Poppy from a server. Oh shit. My trains. I guess... Run. Run. Just run. I don't know. Why are we running? I don't know. trains. Spending all of my money. Sure. Ha, 69. What? You only have 69? Haha, Louis. You are now my backup distractor. You are now my backup distractor. Congratulations. Do we have a Roger? We don't got no Sprout. We don't got no Sprout. Oh my gosh, we do have Roger. Guys. Holy shit, that was so fucking loud in my ears. Guys, no, I cannot live without a healer. I can't live without a healer. Brush is going to murder me in my sleep. Chat. Brush is gonna murder me in my sleep. Guys, the last one is over here, by the way. With no fucking Roger. Beats you up? Nah. Have fun beating metal. Oh, hey guys, what's up? You better run. You better run. Need to be alive. What the? Dandy, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Bro just wants to sell his soda pop. Bro is a soda connoisseur. Bro's thinking we are... He thinks we're thirsty. Yeah, we're thirsty for some bottles of pop, not some cans of pop. Don't even finish it. Gosh, we have the starters. Who lives the dream? Get the fuck back over here, you motherfucker! You didn't miss much. Hey Yada. Hey Yada. Hey Yada. Where'd you go? Where's Yada? Yada. Yada. Where's Yada? I'm trying to find Yada. Where are you? Where'd you go? Where did... I know, yeah, we were waiting at the thing. Hey, Yada! Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise. Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise. 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 I'm chasing after Yada. Guess what? You're distracting now! No. We could make it a death run. You're a Stam! I can literally distract as Yada. Yada is easy to distract as. Should we make it a death run? I want more people. I really want more people. I want more people in this run. I want it to go faster. If it doesn't go faster, I swear I'm fucking not gonna even make it to 420. This run would be slow. I don't want it to be slow. I do not want it to be slow. Death run. Death run. Death run. Tee. Death run. Death run. Yeah. Death run. Death run. Death run. Death. I thought that machine. I heard like a machine going. You sure about that? Gimme. My stealth! Hey, listen. It'd be kind of funny if we just did something. Guess what I'm gonna do. Oh, no, no, no. No! No, you motherfucker! Get the fuck away from him! Get the fuck away from him. Get away from him. Stay away. I will literally... No! No! My plan! My evil plan! You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. My plan. My fucking plan, you asshole. You kind of screwed V over. You do realize that, right? You know another thing I could do? Yeah. Just play like this. Bro's literally... Oh, damn you. Damn you! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, hell yeah. I got a box. I got a box. I got a box of chocolates. Wee. Wee. Hey, V. Hey, bitch. Guess what? I'm gonna rat you out in the Discord server. Ooh. Surprise! Death run! You know it isn't sexual. Killing each other. Kill. 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 Oh shit, god damn it. POV, the griefer. Listen, we had one really good. Oh god, Bro's eating all of the candy. Well, I got a chocolate. That's what I got. Where did bro go? Where did bro go? Where did bro go? Hey, guess what? I knew I was gonna die from that. It was just really fucking funny. It was really funny. I got you hit. Guys, who knew V was the best play? I had a medkit. V was the best player in the death run. Oh yeah, I went to Aldi's before I got home, and I was at the register, and I was like, what the hell are these? Sours. They got watermelon, tangerine, and green apple. They kind of suck. They kind of suck. Why is there a Louis T posing? Is bro good? Bro's in the floor. I don't think Louis is good. Oh, oh. Louis is alive. If you are joining the run, you should join now. Oh. Bro! Damn. Damn, good night. Is this what I think it is? Then I say stalking. Yes, it is! Minus the death run. Oh, man! Listen, I was just wanting more people. Join party? Party? Yeah, but We need to get to, like, thank you, Comebot! We need to get another good team. Stalking, I say, walking, just extremely close behind. Yana's just T-posing too! God damn! ABC for Pro Run. Chris. Chris is excited to join the run. Chris is like super excited to join that run. Watch the Toodles take every single fucking medkit we've got. Be together is forever. Okay, let's go to the Shellevator. Go. Toodles scares me. Oh, Blot didn't get in. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. They better not just- they just better not, like, you know. Honestly, what if I give myself bangs again? Honestly, I was trying to get, like, Connie's mastery, then I realized that, like, I probably don't even need it. 6 up, yeah, so probably actually won't need it. Cause you know how the other ones, they just need the, whatchamacallits? You just need, like, 50% research and then, yeah. Like the other, like, family... Oh, give me... You motherfucker! You motherfucker. I'm going to actually kill you. Oh my god, I'm pissed off now. Pebble. Can I please have the... Can I have my Twisteds? Give me my Twisteds. I want my Twisteds. I'm upset. I'm very upset. I'm not gonna take that band-aid. Who wants the band-aid? We don't have a healer. Pebble? What are you doing? Why didn't they... Damn. Damn, they got 11,000. It's me a question, the answer I know. Yes or no options. Mother bonds and birds. You bear a striking resemblance. You appear familiar, dear. You look just like my bathroom mirror. Please, policeman, no you'll tell. Oh, please let me go. Please, policeman, is it a test? Oh no, I'm under arrest. GG, get in. Get your ass in. Get in. Get in. Oh my gosh. Bust your kneecaps. Honestly, I'm still... Oh, they're sugar-free. Oh, that's concerning, actually. Wait, how many of these can I technically have? YOLO. At least I read the label first. So, I had a rather traumatizing experience, because you know those little, like, Werther's Caramel Light thingies? not light, but like, oh fuck. Floor 25. Floor 20, yeah. You came in at a bad moment? What do you mean? Yeah, I had a traumatizing experience with the Werther's, like, caramel candy thingies. They were sugar-free and I didn't know it, and the serving size was, like, 7, and there was, like, 14 per, box. Wait, no, the serving size was 2, and there were 14 per little box, and I ate 2 boxes. And that was legitimately traumatizing. Because I think I was, like, 16 at that time. And I was, like, texting my friends at the time. I was like, dude, I fucked up. Because, sugar-free things, they have a tendency, they act like laxatives. They act like laxatives. When I say it was traumatizing, it was traumatizing. Because I ate 2 fucking boxes of them. I had 14 servings. I had 14 servings. Like, in one go. I was like 15 at that time. I was traumatized afterwards. Like, I shit you not, I was in the bathroom for like 5 hours straight. And all I remember, like, the main thing that I remember from that is when I was in the bathroom, I was living at my parents' house. All I heard, you can dance, you can die, having the time of your life. Ooh. That's all I heard. That was fucking traumatizing. Traumatizing. Like, when I say traumatizing, I mean traumatizing. But yeah, that kind of taught me a lesson on don't eat 2 boxes of Werther's caramel candies in one sitting. Yeah. Nice work. They're both on that side, bro. Don't you think it's kinda cute that I died right inside your arms tonight that I... What are you doing? Oh my gosh, there's 3 Louis! 3 Louis chasing each other. What will they do? Died in your arms too that I died in your arms tonight. I died in your arms tonight. I died in your arms tonight. Oh yeah, ad break. 9 more machines. You're gonna get that 9 machines. You're gonna get those machines done, bro. Fuck. Oh hey, I have exactly 100 tapes. Chapters of existence starting now, starting now. Dude, playing as Connie absolutely sucked. Round. Do you understand it? Yes, I just have to be a dead man, not to laugh out loud. The lonely operator stuck with the phone on the phone, can't call home. Poppy, get your ass over here, I swear. Get over here. Thank you. Good Poppy. Good Poppy. You get some pets. There you go. Good Poppy. Oh, I can't fucking see. Yippee! Woo, Toodles. Woo, Gigi. Get to the elevator! Get to the elevator. I need to put in my bonk. My advice. There we go. Excuse, did you say stupid? Did you say stupid? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, Connie. What the fuck? What? Huh? What? What the fuck? What? Huh? What? Hey guys, I think Louis is here. Ah, you stopwatch. Get to the elevator. I got it, I got it. Have him get in. Get the fucking Chris. Get in, Chris. Jesus. Nice. Okay, I'll meet you here. There we go. I should probably promote myself. Be like, guys, your super cool, awesome, epic distractor is alive right now. You guys are on stream. It's how I get my work around. I gotta put myself out there, you know? Ability on cooldown. Just Monica, just Monica. So, apparently, Doki Doki Literature Club. What the f- What? 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 You motherfucker. Apparently it, like, goes through your files or some shit. I was gonna say I'm alive, how dare you? Wait a minute, are you watching my stream? Oh! Oh! Same user, Twitch. Bro doesn't want me getting popular. Don't trust them. Just us. Trust us. Just us. King in the hall of lol. You saves a thirst for trouble. Bring thought, sparks of thought, energy, deliver me and carry me away. Here in my kingdom, I am your lord. I adore you to cower and pray. Do 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 do. I can hear somebody failing their skill check with my makeup. I can hear them failing their skill check with my makeup. It can't be that bad. I can hear them. Majesty, I pray. Mercy on me, I am just a boy, you see. I plead, have some sympathy for me. See how the serfs work the ground, see how they and you give it all. Oh gosh. Oh god, no. With how bad Pebble's skill check is, it concerns me. No. No. Oh no. Where did Connie go? Wow, that was actually the easiest I've gotten all three of them. Hello, Dial. Hello, everybody. My name is Welcome. Why is he angry? Oh. I think it's time for you to know the oh. Oh, he pissed. He is pissed. I'm scared. Call me back. I try to call you every day. I'm rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out. I'm in unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out. On a touch tone telephone, I'm the only AM radio. Oh, I'm crying now. Authentic tears. They flow out of me when I think about you, 'cause you're the only person in the world who understands. You're the only person in the world who understands the meaning. Oh my god, and I try to sing things to me. Day I'm rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out of my very own mouth. When you go down a unified theory, if I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out, 'cause I'm the right one. When a touch tone telephone, I'm the only one on your AM radio. I don't know where he is. I hear him oh, there he is. Oh, thank you, V. Okay, he's going away from my spot. My spot, by the way, has 2 machines, just so you know. 2 machines. Don't hang up yet. I'm not done. I'm an expert. I'm the one who was right all along. Better to be laughed at than wrong. I'm the expert in my field. Ufology, yes, it's all real. Ancient aliens, it's all true. I'm an expert just like you, and like you, I'm a genius. Before my time, disbelieving, that's the real crime. Pretty soon they'll discover me in the super sea. I'll try to call you every day. What can I say when the truth comes out? I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out, 'cause I'm the right one. Stone telephone. I'm the only one on your AM radio. Okay, you just came from that way, so let's indulge in my air horn alcoholism. Guys, get to the elevator. Get to the elevator. Do not pop it. Do not pop it. I swear. Please, Toodles, do not pop it. Pebble, do not pop it. Oh, shit. He's kind of pissed right now. Everybody get to the elevator. I think this is everybody. He is on his way. Pop it. Pop it now. Pop it now. Hurry. 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 Holy shit. Oh my god. Wow, we did it with nobody dying. Holy cow. Holy cow. Got that on live, yeah. Let's go. No, I'm not gonna shush. I'm not gonna shush. Holy shit. Holy shit. Normal, yes, so normal. I'd suggest that we keep this informed. Mr. Bo. You motherfucker. Normal to be normal. Can we save the Band-Aid for me at least? Or are you gonna... Okay. Okay. You do her, and I'll do him right here. That's not the right saying at all. That's not the right saying. Let's... Yeah, most annoying. Yeah. I came here during... I got into Dandy's World right before the Sprout update. It's kind of weird, after the dial floor seeing 6 machines, and it's like, we just had 25, dude. What do you mean 6? Also, there's a machine over here. Like, it's right over here, bro. No! No, my fucking Band-Aid! Oh shit, Blot's right there. Hey, V. What's up? No, my Band-Aid that I was gonna keep for myself. For me, myself, and I. What the hell? What the fuck? 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 Huh? Huh? What just happened? Huh? I'm so confused. What just happened? Oh. What the fuck just happened? I just started spinning. Everyone's at elevator. I just started spinning. What the fuck? What the hell? Did anybody else see that? Did anybody else see that? What the fuck? I literally just started spinning. I literally was even faster. Dude. Dude. I was... Huh? I need to lose his heart. Hey, Cosmo. Tell the live, Toodles is tough boy. Toodles is tough boy. Come on, yeah. Come on, yeah. I said, come on, yeah. Come on, and love me normally. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Come on, and love me. Me. Yes. Damn it. Isn't Z a pebble? Obby at Brick? At Brick? Oh, that Brick! I was like, Obby at... I'm at Brick? Huh? What the fuck? Don't mind me, I'm just gonna quietly pass by you real quick. I got it. Hell yeah. My emergency med kit. 6-7. The hell? I just heard like somebody candy's being eaten. 6-7. Hell yeah. 6-7. Oh shit! Why was I the one that got hit? Are you fucking kidding me? Stop edging Roger. Why Why was I the one that got hit, though? Me. I did. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Everyone thank Ko-Fi Bot. Animals are people too, but people are animals. Ugh, I guess I gotta use my fucking med kit. If you find a Twisted, can you bring them to my favorite elevator? Or my favorite, spot? It's been finding up the pages inside out. It's awful out here, Socrates. I haven't heard this song in a while. It's been forever. Start V-moding at open machines or yes. 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 Oi! You get your ass over here. No! Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me! Oh my gosh! It was right there! Guys, it's almost 6-7. It's 6-7. Oh my god, it's 6-7. Get to the elevator. Just the key for that comment. What? How could y'all? How could y'all? How could you? Socrates. This song has the ending like a Disney movie. Get your asses to the motherfucking elevator. I can't see shit. Holy shit. Oh god, where am I? Oh my gosh, where am I going? I just hit like 40,000 walls. Hey guys, what's up? Hello everybody, my name is Obsidian the Rock Boy. That's like... Hey guys. Aww. Poppy! I thought I was about to do like the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's a double Louis. 220. Oi! You get your ass over here. What the fuck? Motherfucker! Motherfucker! There's 4 Twisteds. There's 4 Twisteds. I need a band-aid. I don't need a bop, I need a band-aid. Come on, we need to do an actual trade-off, dude. He's come out of hiding. I'm just gonna let you take over at this point. You didn't get hit. You didn't almost get hit. You're fine. Oh, see, this isn't the one that I know. This is different. And as you're gasping for the last of breath, your breath, tra-la-la-la, 59%. EAE, I think it's there. We were trying to trade off, bro. This team is correct. And it's all, oh, finally, Dandy, thank you. I could kiss you on the mouth. Shut the fuck up. I could kiss you on the mouth. We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it. Shh. Shh. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh my god. No. Ew, I don't want to distract her. A wise woman said I'm alive. Nobody's ever told me she's wrong. A pioneer of space talking jazz. I'm as alive as her beard is long. I'll see you on the moon, where we're throwing a party. And as you're gasping for the last of air, you'll tra-la-la-la-la. 20 dust around. Honestly, it's okay for you to AFK now. Yeah, I got mugged of everything that I own. It's okay to go AFK. It's okay. What a loser. I'm gonna grief you, V. I'm gonna grief you. I'm gonna grief you. Evil. Yeah, I'm evil. I'll become even more evil. You're the only other one here that has 2-star stealth. Oh my gosh. I'm on my way! I'm on my way! Didn't come from the outside in. It was eating from the core and out to the skin, and that's why you never find a word within. Where's Gigi? Why is Gigi all the way over there? Is all you see. Come on. Come on. Come on, run. Shit, god damn. Oh my gosh. Look at you, you fucking clown. Look at you, you fucking clown. Look at you, you fucking clown. Well, you're the... Stay fucking... Goddamn, stay still! Who don't wanna be human anyway? Some of these crude machines come into this world, don't go out that way. Like freaks of nurture. Funny. Not haha funny, but, you know, funny. special and it makes you strange. I can make you better, better, you could change. Things that make you strange. I don't want it. I don't want the pop. I'm already poor enough. We're too loved, too scared to die, too alien to take you home. Horrified of the sight of my reflection in your eyes. I can't belong here. You could change the that it makes you strange. Could change. You think this makes it special? Something is fishy. What are you doing, Monica? Just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica. Welcome to our meeting. I don't know the lyrics off the top of my head. Okay, they are AFK, so we need to wait to do the last machine. Who'd wanna belong to anyone? I mean, what do people even do? Well, so if you love me let you go, my love, so I can be known as. And you were there. And you were there. You could change. He thinks it makes you special, but it makes you strange. You're... Huh? Welcome to heaven. Oh. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything your brain can think of can be found. We've got thousands of stuff. I forgot the lyrics. Just get your ass in. Huh? I'm going deep down. What? What? No! No! I don't want to go deep down. No! Dude, I'm literally losing. Guys, get to the elevator. Welcome to heaven. Oh. Come back. Always come. Let's turn this into hell. No. Finally, I can do my normal route. Oh my gosh, I can finally do my normal route. Michael! Michael! Is Monica and I just on the same, like, wavelength? I think Monica and I are just on the same wavelength. Either that, or Monica is secretly watching the stream. It's one of those two, like, options. I always come back, and they literally say, Michael! Michael! Don't leave me here! Michael! Michael! Burps? Are you burping on my stream? How could you? How could you? I can't believe you. This is so disrespectful. Here I go. That is so disrespectful. Who's staring at me? So, I feel like somebody's staring at me. Somebody's telling me something. I don't know. What's going on? What is going on? What is going on? No. Oh no, bro does not have to go. Don't, no. Okay. You better not have to go. Okay. I thought you were gonna be like, okay, so grabs a what the fuck? What the fuck? No. Sprout and Cosmo on the Sprout map. Sprout and Cosmo on the Sprout map. Sprout and Cosmo on the Sprout map. I just dropped my phone. Oopsies. Wait, can I finally get a... Do-do-do-do-do. That's me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I got everybody. I can hear Pebble bailing the skilled chicks. Thank you, go my butt. I'm gonna thank it just to thank it. Yep. Hi, Gigi. Round and round and round, and round and round, round and round and round and round and round, and round and round, your uranium. Empty shops and empty spots. Shuttered rows of mom and pops, bow down to the mega shopping mall. Smart ones all packed up and with my stay. If you can't pay the rent, we will never leave this town at all. It's a fact, it's a fact, it's another tragic fact. We will never leave this town at all. Oh, the wrong way. Toodles, other way. Other way, dude. Oh my gosh. Not one bite smaller, lesser than you. Oh my gosh. Smart thinking. Good job. Okay, we got 5. Hello, Brosha. This map is good for distracting. I like it too. Dude, watch out, watch out, watch out. Thank you. There's also a med kit over there. La 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 la. Oh, why has been illness 3. Oh, okay. Evaporates. Yeah. You know what? Teehee. 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 What do you mean a bit silent? I did no such thing. I am not being... Singing and crying is kind of our thing. Well, I'm singing. And crying, probably. Just distracting Pebble. All you guys hear is... And I'm asking why, Lord, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? No one to sing, no one to sigh, now that all is said and done. Isn't there anyone to tell me who I am? Okay, that's everybody. Loki, Connie is missing out. Yeah. That Connie was missing out. Literally! Connie literally, hey, I can't sleep. Might pull an all-nighter, I don't know. Didn't you have something important to do? Tomorrow? Yeah, all you guys hear whenever I'm distracting Pebble is, and I'm asking why, Lord, why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why? No one to sing, no one to sigh, now that all is said and done. Isn't there anyone to tell me who I am? No singing songs of celebration, just as consolation. Time meets all his children in the end. Oh no. Oh no, somebody is getting actually, like, hurt. Who? Where? Where? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna go this way. Sorry, B. Oh, phew. Guys, what do I do with 2 bands and a valve? I don't know. Use them? And a valve. Did you have that beforehand, or did they have that before the dial floor or after? Because if they had it before, they should have fucking used it earlier. During the dial floor. Oh wait, no, they have the gamble ability. Never mind. I just remembered. Oh, hey, Louie. I gotta take a kind of sharp turn. Sorry. I gotta scare the Toodles. I gotta scare the Oh shit! Oh, whoops! Oopsies! Whoopsie daisies! Heart attack counter 100. Guys, get to the elevator. I almost got Toodles. Lol. I'm gonna wait for my cooldown. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where are you going? What are you doing? Get in! Get the fuck in! Jesus! It is. It really is. It is. Please. Please. I want to be an electrician. I also have full insane. Yes! 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Lily, R&D, Bright Knee, Shrimpo, and someone else. Life. Nobody's ever told her she's wrong. A pyre of space talking jazz. I'm mesmerizing. Oh, Roger's here. Where'd that come from? Oh, hey, Shrimpo. I would tweak. Yeah, I would actually tweak the fuck out. Got him. So that means it's just Tisha and Roger, so we do have 6 now. Who keeps on getting hit? That's concerning. That's very concerning. Both people didn't see Roger, guys. Come on, guys. I got it twice. I'm hearing that. I'm literally hearing that in, like, Darwin's voice from the Amazing... Amazing World of Gumball. I just got it twice! So technically we've done about 40 floors. Technically. During this stream. Hello, Louie. Okay, we don't even have a healer. Yeah, we've done over 40 floors today. God, I know it's over, but I pray. Quiet, peasant. Shut the fuck. Slaps. Everybody's like, shush. Shut your fucking mouth. I'm not a peasant. Guys, get to the elevator. I know, probably this isn't probably a good song to sing on stream. This is, though. As your father, I expressly forbid it. As your father, I expressly forbid it. R&D, wakey wakey. I'm your dad. Get your ass to the elevator. Your grandpa's coming by tonight. No, I don't wanna hear it. We'll be having macaroni night. When we say tonight, don't talk about the internet. Your grandpa doesn't understand. You will not bring your Game Boy or whatever to the table, do you understand? He doesn't Are you kidding me? What was that for? There we go, floor 20. Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bonnet. Okay, I found my medicine. Thank you for the follow, Stone. Did you forget to follow earlier? As your father, I expressly forbid it. As your father, I expressly forbid it. Let's meet up at, like, the area right here, probably? Yeah. Thank you! That's awesome! I think we need to find... I think Tisha's here, too. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Oh, hey, I'm right here. Yes! I got it. There's also a machine right here. Do it. Do the machine extract. You were overthinking it for... Overthinking following me? What do you mean? What do you mean overthinking following me? What the fuck? I just looked down because I got a message by, like, from, like, the quotes in my old, not old friend group, but, like, my, like, old work group, technically. Because we all used to work together and whatnot, and, like, it's just like that. Tell me why I look down and see. I bust on the salad as a quote. What? What? There's no way you can... He took a bomb. Dude, it's okay. He can take the bomb. It's okay, guys. Pebble did the bite of 87, but it's fine. He's fine. Literally, it's not that big of an item to worry about. Oh, we had Connie. Yeah. I literally see... I don't know if y'all can... It's... I bust on the salad. Huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. The quote that I just saw. I bust on the salad. What the fuck? Bro's having a tantrum. Oh, bro's at 1. Yeah, we've had 6 Twisteds for a while. Yeah, I know I do. About you. Okay, I've got 4 out of 6. Brusha, get your painting ass over here. What are we? Cookies? Everybody likes to get eaten tonight. Guys, I'm also distracting Twisted Connie. Bye, Louie. There's a stealth candy. Somebody failed a skill check and I heard it. Slay. I think the playlist is repeating on itself. It is. The playlist is repeating. The playlist is repeating. 9/11? Peta, did you do 9/11? Yeah, I think it is repeating. Yes to Air. It is repeating, yeah, because Yes to Air's Human came after, and this is like the You, Me, and Suicide one or something, I think. It's from The Handsome Devil. No, it's not. It's not. That's Lemon Demon. That is not. Run, 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 run. Above the sun. Okay, I'm quickly changing the playlist because we've already heard through all of these. Of course, you know. Lemon Demon Radio. Don't you dare jinx anything. Okay, phew. I just can't see. Oh, hey, Astro. Oh, hey, Louie. I went the wrong way. Tears from spines as she judges the cover and shamelessly spoils the end. You got this. I have no inventory space. Right now, I'm in my favorite spot. Right now, Oop, thank you. Hello. There's a machine back here, by the way. Here, I'm gonna go this way, and you go the other. There we go. Thank you. Take her to me, please. Please. Thank you. almost died. I almost died to Yada. 9/11. Guys, I'm such a goated distractor, and I know it. I'm such a goated distractor. Oh, hey, Connie. Hi, guys. Ugh. Bro wants to gamble. Ooh. Oh, hell yeah. Pork soda. Hell yeah. I love that song. Literally greedy. Sprout. Wait. No! Help me. Oh god, oh god. I'm gonna need help. I'm going to need backup. Cannot deal with both Pebble and Astro at the same time. Can we please switch? Can we please switch? Can we please switch? I'm switching. Fuck. That was not a switch. That wasn't a switch. Okay, I'm gonna lose the rest. Oh, there we go. Dude, I know that. Gigi, do machines! God damn it! Can someone tell Gigi to do the fucking machines? Please. Gigi's just staring at me. Brother. Dude, you can't find because you were staring at me. Apples are in my head. Got nobody 'cause I'm brain dead. Pineapples are in my head. Got nobody 'cause I'm brain dead. Oh, hey Peb. Yeah. Hey Peb. Yeah, it's both. It's Sprout, Astro, and Pebble. My lips are like so chapped right now. Just hurry. Just hurry. Just hurry, please. Just hurry. Pebble left? Okay. Okay. I was low on stamina. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna use that. Holy shit. Oh boy. Oh my god, I need to get a drink after that. Whew. I have 698. Shelly! Shelly! And Astro! I'm gonna lose the heart. And then I'm gonna hit the others. Shelly and Astro is kind of easy. Oh, shit. I'm gonna grab that thing of chocolate real quick just to get some more stamina. You can take that, the stealth candy. Yeah, take the stealth candy. Got him. There we go. I still have my starting van. Look at my inventory. How much can you fit under your skin? How much can you fit under your skin? I wish I were dead, babe. I wish you were dead. I can fit too. I can fit too. Look at my inventory and what inventory, Avi? It's nothing. I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing. Actually, now I have something. It's called this protein bar, and a speed candy. Yeah, I've got stuff in my inventory now. Take a look at this. You better not. You better not. I swear, I will rob you of your life if you do that. Why is Chris saying 6'7"? Huh? I can rob you of your life here and now. Don't. I want my life. Well, I want my inventory back. Under my 911. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I gotta. Well, I can ban them later because it didn't show up. But it's a bot in my fucking chat. In my chat. Apple Pencil is dying. How am I gonna draw now? Oh no. Peter, they hit the second time. Oh my god, can this person stop fucking spamming this shit? Can I please get my way to the elevator? Please? I would like to pass. Get to the elevator. Chris, get Get your... Where are you going? Oh my god, this dude is an idiot. Why are you trying to get research like that? You fucking idiot. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Oh, this dude is getting... Dude. First aid was literally the next one, too. Oh, we lost Toodles. I got a jawbreaker. Oh, hey, there's a Band-Aid. Ah! God damn, I have to use my Band-Aid. Please. Please do. I did not realize she was there until just now. I have Astro, Cosmo, Tisha, Brightney. You have Scraps. And I have someone else. I have Poppy now. Well, I don't have Poppy now. Get your ass over here, Poppy. Okay, I have the 5. Yeah. I'm gonna grab this. Again. I'm just a little. Hey, Astro. Yeah, we got an Astro so many times today. Yeah, we got Astro, like, a lot on the board before we had Astro, like, on the board. Or, we got Astro a lot in our run before we had Astro on the board. I was like, dude, why are we getting Astro so much? I don't know. Probably because it's Astro on the board right after, like, I don't know how that worked. Oh, hell yeah, roll the band? Nah, I'm rolling joints, baby. I'm rolling joints, guys. Obby, yes. Wait, joints are my joke. What do you do? Peter, they hit the second tower. At this point, you can get Astro from scratch in this, literally. I can literally just get Astro, like, full Astro research, guys. Totally don't have everybody's research but the holiday tunes. Because Christmas, I was almost homeless, and Thanksgiving, Easter, I was kind of like, I was stressed out. I was super stressed out and could not play. Because I had a, roommate from hell that was basically just bumming off of me for a couple months. What the hell? Why is it happening again? Dude, why does that keep on happening? Okay, I'm gonna go through this way so that I can lose them. Louie, make your way. There we go. Let's go. 800 tapes, exactly. Daddy. Daddy. Why? Oh shit, I should probably charge my phone. It's at 20. 420. There's a med kit over here. 6 and 5 will come. Okay, and I think Connie's the other way. Oh yeah. I was like, oh, there's a bed, thinking, oh, I have a med in here. No, I don't have a med or a band-aid. I don't have anything good in my inventory besides a fucking airport. Yeah, there's Connie. Okay, so I have Louis, Boxton, Cosmo, Tisha, Brightney, and then there's also Connie. So that's the 6 that were here. So just be careful of the machines. Oh, hey, there's 2 stealth candies. That'll be good for passing off Twisteds. Stealth candies. Blueberries in disguise, or they're also they can also be moondrops. Ready, Obby Bear. Oh, wait. During elevator summon, I need to show you guys, like, what my Gmo got me. They literally, like, showed up, at my apartment, like, not last night, but the night before, and gave me a really cool, like, it was like because they were in Houston, for a little bit, visiting some of our, cousins, and, they basically... Peter, they hit the second tower. They... You're an AFK to do something. It is possible you have to... No! 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 At least wait until we're at the next floor. Am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Read me my rights, please. I want my phone call. Please, policeman, no one will tell. You know what? I'm just gonna one-handed this. But it's this, like, keychain, and it's a giant... It's not giant, but, like, it's a big plush. And turns out it's from BioWorld, or, like, it's from the... Yeah, it's from BioWorld, which... Honestly, it's pretty good quality. Hi, Louie. I see you staring at me. How do you like my one-handed distraction? Like, I'm literally... Oh my gosh, I'm distracting with one hand. Redesign your logo. We know what we're doing. Make the calculations. Put them into action. V, please, wake up, V! Everything's connected. Honestly, I don't know if anybody's done it before, but somebody should do a Dandy's World animation to redesign your logo by Lemon Demon. It's honestly, that would look so cool. Or like have like one of those loop animations to where like all the tunes kind of like loop into like merge, I guess, into each other. That would be super cool. And then like each beat could be one that's like looping into the other. Like, do you see the idea there? Like, here we have a circle would be Louis, smooth and inoffensive blot. And then, like, yeah. Graphic. Men 18 to 30. That should be, thank you, Coffeebot. That would be, men 18 to 30 would be Roger. Kids with diabetes would just be Toodles, or the new Halloween kid. Atheist professors, Dial. Dandy. No. Just mischaracterization. Just. Dandy. Oh gosh, that one, like, Dandy's World AU, that whenever the drug comic was going around. The fucking, MAGA world or whatever. It was just poking fun. It was so funny. Poking fun at them, and, like, they had, like, the joke where, like, Dandy was just this, like, Republican, um, that just drank beer. And, like, Dandy was like, I hate them gays. I don't know if y'all have seen it, though. It was funny. It was really funny. Louis, be like a sprout. There's candy. There's tapes. Mother, I crave violence. Oh my gosh. Mother, I crave violence. That's all I want is violence. Yes! I have sent Louis to do the bidding of candy. The what? Huh? Yes. Go, my Louis Ling. Bro's just like, Bro's eating all of the candy. I'm just waiting. Huh? Wait. Wait. Who popped that? Who popped that? Who popped it? Why did they pop it? Why the fuck did you do that? What the fuck? What was that for? Oh my god. Yeah, you have to go. You could have just fucking said that. You could have just fucking said that. You didn't have to kill our friend. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Now I'm fucking pissed. Because fucking Gigi decided to kill you. Hey Louis, can you take Tisha to me? And probably do this machine. Oh wait, never mind, I got Tisha. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I know. She's using my fucking tail. Yeah, they literally killed both you and themselves because they had to go. They couldn't have asked, hey, I have to go. Can you kill me, please? They didn't ask me that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh. Like to know become. Ooh. Alright, have a nice night, day, whatever time it is for you. Have fun. Hello! Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Where's the tiger now? Where's the tiger now? Oh. Bill Watterson, can't you hear me? Bill Watterson. Babies, I only wanna have your babies. It's such a... It's so cursed, but at the same time, it sounds so nice. Fuck you, you fucking... Ugh. I'm gonna let her do that. Be careful, Toodles is loose. Just letting you know. Just be careful. Fuck! Oh my god. Why was she just standing there like that? They're both kind of over there on that other side, by the way. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is the last one primed? Oh. Okay. Okay, I've lost scraps. Just be aware, I have lost scraps. Oh, oops. Bill Watterson. Bill Watterson. Oh, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, I am going to lose them all. Oh, hey there. Hey, what's up? What's your highest floor again? Oh shit, 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 shit. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck you. Oh my god. Dandy. 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 We're cooked. We're cooked. We're so fucking cooked. All because of fucking Gigi. Yay! Oh, hell yeah. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, I've got Astro. I'm getting V. I knew something was kind of off with her. Mainly because they took an air horn whenever I was going towards it. Like, one of the first few floors. Yep, Astro again. I'm waiting for whoever in that room. I think it's Yada that's in that room. Yada, get the fuck out of that room. Okay. I got Yada, Astro, V, Cosmo, Poppy. Yada, Astro, Cosmo, Poppy, V. There should be one more. Oh, Boxton. Wait, get over here. Hi, Louie. Okay. All for nothing at all. All for nothing at all. There's also a machine over here that I would like to distract around, but I don't want you to, you know, get hurt. So I'm gonna distract over here while you do that machine. Trees burn, none were there. Hey, what's up? Dude, I walked into a fucking wall. I walked into a fucking wall. I walked into the fucking wall. Slay! Yippee! You got this. You got mail. You got mail. It's like, actually like, you got mail. You got mail. You got mail. I know there's a bottle of pop. I have a box of chocolates, so. Fine. I got the bottle of pop. Just trying to get you to your new highest floor, man. As a shit, goddamn. As a floor 38 now, high floor person. I am 10 floors away from my new high floor. That run was scary though. That run was really scary. Thank fuck we did. What, we did that like floor 9 or something and nobody died? And then Peppa left, Toodles fucking killed herself. Same with Gigi. And then Gigi also did a murder-suicide, basically, and killed V as well. Kind of pissed off about that one. Because V was AFK. I could have done my thing to have 300 plus stamp. You could have. You could have. You got mail. Good job. Body is so sweet. We'll do this with the power of friendship. Because friendship is magic. Oh, wait, am I really excited? Like a mummy. Ooh, I'll cover you in honey. Oh, 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 you know it isn't sexual. Strictly confectional. Two Louis with the same exact trinkets. What should we do? I want spark plug. I want spark plug. I'm digging up your coffin. There should be a item that doubles the amount of literally oh my god, again? And in a blackout. I think I hear Sprout too. Oh, there's Brusha. Hey, there's Tisha. Well, who else is here? Okay. Okay, Poppy's here. Okay, so I got Cosmo, Poppy, V, Brusha, Tisha. So there should be one more, so be on the lookout for one more. Oh, it's Boxton. So there wasn't two. It's just a repeat. It's just a repeat of last floor, but on the gift shop map. I think I'm just gonna distract over here. I was fully prepared to watch you get jumped by Pebble. I was fully prepared to see Pebble at this floor. I thought it was either going to be Sprout or Pebble on this floor with B. Because I heard 2 sets of footsteps. Apparently, I don't hear it correctly. Sweet love. God. But I'm such a good distractor, guys. I'm such a good distractor. Cabinet man. The day they found me, I didn't get to play. Inside the workshop, behind the old arcade. Desires have unraveled all my wires. Box for safekeeping. The news reporters reported when I died. All inside. To brain. Human heart gently beating. Ooh. You got this. Good job. I won't hurt you unless you cheat. Behind the screen, I'm half human and machine. Business. Like I was going to war. There soon appeared, and I quickly was revered. Would have felt like so Bro, I'm getting you to your new highest floor, finally. How do you feel about that? Bro's like, I'm getting your highest floor on live, too. Now we just need to try this in the run setup that like most other like the Discord runs have, with like all the Shellys, the Astro, the Sprout. At least I think Astro's usually in it. I think so. Pretty soon it's gonna fit in your hand. It's getting lonely. It's getting hard to breathe. The arcade's empty. I think it's Christmas Eve. Someone's broken in. Now they're painting on my skin. In my quarters. Ting in the face with a crowbar. Picking me up, pushing me over. Now they see my blood on their sneakers. Ooh, can't win me. I'm already at the elevator. I've been distracting here. Man, the run that I had yesterday where we got to like floor 20, dude, not only was the Cosmo being absolutely stupid, but like, there was a pebble that was like, I distract mains only. I only distract mains. Let me distract only the mains. Bro, I was like, dude. Because he was messing me up the entire time. And then he died. Miraculously.
And so it was, yeah. Like, dude, either distract everyone with the mains?
This is like my, like, 6th or 7th time. 6, 7. I keep forgetting my camera's not over there. It's over here now. I have to go, like, jump in the... I could do that, technically. Okay. No V. But we have Shrimpo, Connie, Louie, Yada, Cosmo, and then one more. I'm gonna blow an air horn. Dude, literally. For once. Yeah. I think Roger might be here then. Because I got the 4 right here. There's Connie. Ooh, hey, another air horn. I need to just go look. I'm gonna go. Oh, and Toodles. Oh, come on. That didn't work. Are you kidding me? In a time machine. You've been waiting forever. Prime. Guys, speaking about Prime, did you know that if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can actually subscribe for free? For free! Using Twitch Prime. Just link your Amazon account to your Twitch and then... I gotta do that. Eternity. I feel bad for this Louie, bro. This Louie that's watching my stream. I feel bad for you, having to do all of these machines. I think after this run, though, I think I'm gonna take a tiny little break. Nah, Freaker, yeah. Yeah, basically. Tiny little break, just kind of like chill just a tiny bit, and then I'll get back to doing one more run, probably. One more. I'd like to make another Louie train. Or like even like a different tune. Maybe like a Connie train. Because I think the first one was Louie, the second one was Pebble. You finally beat your high floor. And we had a Gigi that pissed us off. Connie's in that machine over there. Finally, after 300,000, 378,336 runs. I finally beat my high floor. Good job! I have no clue if there's a machine in that room or not. I got no clue. You feel special? Oh my gosh. Hey, good job. You actually beat your highest floor for the first time. I think I've gotten, like, people to their highest floor, like, in public runs. Like, this, like, to floor 30 at least. Oh yeah, there is a machine in there. Yeah, there's one. There's a circular one. I think I've done it about 5, 6 times. Like, getting people to their, like, newest highest floor. That hurts to take. Do it. Oh. Oh, you have a full inventory. Oh no. You got OP items. Oh no, bro. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny whenever I'm like doing runs and then like especially like public ones. Where like I'm not streaming or anything and people are like, "Oh my gosh, you're a goated you're goated. You're such a good distractor, dude." And I'm like, "Yeah. I am." Cuz my first ever high floor of 26 was with Goob and then I hadn't beat that until like about 2 months ago. Well, probably a little bit longer. I think it was like in like May, June, I think. Um, I think that was whenever I did that. See how I saw away. Thank you, Coffee Bot. I don't know if I did that earlier or not. Is she gonna go to that machine again? Holy shit, I'm surprised. She went to that machine like twice already. Although you know what this probably means though, right? This next floor is probably gonna be like every main. Double pebble. Imagine floor 31 double pebble. That would be terrifying. Yeah. Honestly though, I do wanna oh, you gotta go next floor? Oh. Oof. Oh, she went into that machine. Old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground. Suddenly, Batman. Shit. Grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack. My shack. I do want to see what Twisted's our next floor though. Because I don't like being like an extractor. I like distracting more than I like extracting. Hence why on the dial floors I don't even do a machine. Yeah. Technically I could just be like, how long can I go without doing a machine? This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Yeah, you gotta get past this floor to get to your newest high floor. Honestly, I don't know what the requirements are, like, cause I think it's if at least one of the machines are done, maybe? I'm not sure. Cause I did get to 37 before, like, before I had my floor 38 run, like, off stream. And, like, the floor 37 run, I got to floor 37 and died. I don't think any machines were done by then, though. This is the... No, 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 no. A whole bunch of machines were done, actually. And it didn't count for some reason. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown. I had to do my cool, awesome loop. You gotta, here. Now let's do blind grab. Let's see what we get. Of Indiana Jones. Oh, I got a protein bar. If you want to take your selfie, you can. Instructions. Oh gosh. Who's here? There we go. I heard Astro and I was like, because Astro was there too. It was a Pebble Astro floor. There we go. Survived 30 floors, 333 Ichor earned, encountered 122 Twisteds, picked up 21 items. He was there to congratulate you guys. Yeah, I got them to their highest floor now, because their oldest highest floor was 28. Completed 0 machines. Earned 489 Ichor. So I at least got my stuff back. But yeah, if you wanna join now. Oh, let's see. Oh, wait. Ah! Why is it not? Did you get it? I think they left beforehand. Oh, they left beforehand. No. Ah. Dang. They should have at least said it in chat. Did they get it? Okay. So I will be right back. I'm just gonna be right back. I am in the room where it happened though. But I'll be right back. That is the wrong screen. That's the right screen. Alrighty. I'm gonna get my head. Whoa, that's my own voice. I am going to quickly do that. Ooh. Oh, I love this song. Also, just stroke. I love verbatim. Oh my gosh. Okay. We are back. Hi. So, I filled up my I've actually filled the rest of this up with lemonade. It's specifically raspberry lemonade. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, I'm gonna we are back. I'm gonna let them know. Are back. Get in stream. For the sake of men like me. And steak. Ayo. 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 Okay. It's verbatim. Party. It's a party in the USA. Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. I should probably re-invite them just so that they know, hey, I'm back. Ooh, it's not working. Chat, get in. Oh. Oh. Why is everybody getting in my fucking room? Get the fuck out of the room where it happened. Get out of the room where it happened. That is my room. That ain't. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Back up. I'm gonna bark at you. I was in here first. I was in here first. Get out. I was in here first. Why is there a role player in here? Get back in your dungeon. Get back in your dungeon, bro. I'm afraid of the dark. Then there's no more use of hiding. I'm in the room where it happened. Oh god, there's 2 role players in here. Oh my gosh, are you okay? You're lagging. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. Are you good? You seem to be lagging there, buddy. Just a little bit. Just a little. Why are there role players in here? You're at a hotel. Oh gosh. Yeah, you're kind of lagging. Let's try to run. How delayed are you? Spin when you can hear this. Oh god. Oh, jeez. You've got over 20 seconds of delay. You've got over 20 seconds of delay there. Oh god. You might want to refresh. You might want to just refresh and just... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, you are delayed. Holy cow. Bro's so delayed. I'm gonna quickly... Wrong thing. Oh, Bro left. Oh shit. Oh wait. Are they still in? Fuck, they're not. Damn. Well, I'm gonna wait in the room we're gonna have. What the fuck? I don't want to be in this lobby. I don't want to be in this lobby. I don't want to be. I don't want to be in that lobby. Also, I just realized. Wait, am I able to? My sweater matches Louis. My sweater matches Louis. My sweater matches Louis. My sweater, the one I just recently got, it matches Louis. It's kind of funny. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where are they? Where did they go? Oh no. Where have they gone? Oh no, I'm trying to find them. Where did they go? You're not them. You're not them. Where are they? They're not in the room. Where did they go? What the hell? I'm trying to find where they are. They've disappeared. You're in the lobby, but you're not in the lobby. That's so confusing. But they'll know, That was a microphone. I just realized what that looked like. I'm gonna ignore that anyways. different in different ways. I think Bro's struggling. We're just gonna sit on the bench. It's times like this that make me wish that I wish that I were dead. Oh my god, you're still delayed. Oh jeez. Spin when you see this. Dude, I just drooled oh my god, I just drooled everywhere. Oh jeez. Oh gosh. Whoops. I just fucking drooled everywhere. Oh my god. God damn. I can't be leaning back anytime soon. I just drooled all over myself. Dude. Oh my god, that's so concerning. That is so concerning. Oh my gosh. We should go. Join a run. Oh my gosh. Do I still have my ABC Pro Run thing? I do. It was in my copy and paste. I could copy and paste it. I have a feeling we're not really gonna find a run in here because of these fucking role players. I'm so going to lag out. No. What? Alone at the edge of a universe. Your tune. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess let's go. Sprout. Come on, Shelly. Come on, oh my god, you're lagging so much. You're lagging so much. Oh gosh. I feel so bad. Alligator skin boots said help me. That is concerning. Damn. Did they get in? It looks like they did. Oh, the Louis didn't even get in. I'm concerned for the Shelly. I'm concerned for them. My eyes, take them inside my pebble. Ready the fuck up. Please. God damn. I've grown tired of this body. I'm summoned I'm concerned for myself. Dude, that was so late. I'm so concerned. You're fucking ping. Take my hand, have some fun. Take the breath, yours. Take them and disappear and take my out. Let me out. Oh gosh, you're not even being able to get out of the elevator. I've grown tired of this body, a cumbersome and lonely body. I've grown tired of this body, without me body. Ooh, take my eyes, take them aside, take my face. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Take the way. But Glisten, what the fuck are you doing? Why'd I look over and see Glisten right there? Bruh. I want to see how long I can do this without anybody noticing that I'm still at 3 hearts. Oh, fuck. Guys, why aren't... Oh, fuck. Dude, why the hell are y'all... Whoopsies. Oops. Whoopsies. Why didn't they get to the elevator, though? Genuinely. Are you okay? Are they okay? I don't know if they're okay or not. Listen, you motherfucker. I was trying to get that. Oh, I will grab that, though. I don't like you, Glisten. I don't like you, Glizzy boy. I'll let Boxton get you. Go, where are you going? Wow! Are you out of the elevator finally? Oh my god. Dude, I'm trying to get him. You're out of the elevator. Wow, the world outside of the elevator. Dude, honestly, this is the fucking punishment for taking a bet that I was trying to get. Listen, I give up. I give up. I'm not gonna try anymore. I give up. He's not making it easy. He is not making it easy. I tried. Sprout, do you want aggro tapes? Alright. Dude, you are not making it easy, dude. Don't you think it's kinda cute that I died right into life tonight? Tried in your arms tonight, right in your arms that night. What? You are not Pebble though. What the fuck? Huh? I'm fucking confused. Was he trying to take the Twisteds from me? I'm confused now. The fuck? Shit, I need to get aggro tapes. Get your ass back over here, Brusha. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I swear I'm good, guys. I swear. I swear I'm good. I literally just got to floor 30. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Shut up, you're stupid. Just kiss me. Shut up, you're stupid. Just my fucking hand. As punishment, I'll just stay at 1. Emma, get in. Shut up, you're stupid. Just kiss me. Someone's gone. Oh wait, no, never mind. Oh my god, bro. Why the fuck were you oh my god, Shelly! Oh god! Oh my god! Who the fuck? I cannot. Who the hell else is it? All I have is Louis. I can't find the other Twisted. It's Tisha. Dude, did you die? Did you die to Tisha? Oh god. Where is Tisha? Dude, they died to Tisha. Oh no. Pebble, why'd you take a tape? Bro, I could not find Tisha. At all. Listen. What the fuck? And disconnected too. Couldn't find Tisha. I'm 95. I can buy this. I'm literally streaming. As punishment. Cause it's fucking Toodles anyways. Toodles is as fast as Shelly. I hate Toodles. I hate distracting her. I hate her so much. And Russia. And Russia too. Yoink! Thank you! At least we don't have any, Can you not show my username? What? How the fuck? How? How? How do I not... How? Genuinely. It's not like I'm recording a video. The fuck? Is it because you're, like, planning on griefing or something? I'm literally so confused right now. Do I really have any? Okay, they should be on over there. Sprout your tapes. Sprout your tapes. Your tapes. Your tapes. Get your fucking tapes. Why didn't you get your tapes? What do they mean, whose? What do they mean, whose? What? Oh shit, give me! Thank you! Finally! Finally! Oh my god, I was like, oh my god, I gotta give me that! Oh my gosh! Hi, Astro! Hey, Astro! I was like, give me... I was... What the fuck? Chat, did y'all see that? He teleported into me. He teleported He teleported into me. What the fuck? Did y'all see that? Whenever you're teleporting to someone, you can see their outline. It's just like when you're grabbing someone. He saw that. That means that he saw the Louis outline and was like, I'm gonna teleport to here. While I'm distracting. Dude, this is a pro run. Also, there's like some tapes over here. Broken. I don't know how to explain it. It's over here. They're over here. They're where I am. They're over there in that corner. Not the corner, but... Bro. Follow me. There's stairs right here. They're literally right here. Come on, get them. There we go. There we go. Gotta get the burger one. The burger. Num num num. Okay. You gotta remember that I'm literally with the Sprout. Cause last run we was I don't even pay attention to him anymore. Anyways, Sprout, get your tapes. Sprout, get your tapes. Yippee, yippee. Damn it. I don't play Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. No more Fortnite! No, no, no. Whoa. Okay. Who is here? I see Yada. Oh, hey, Poppy. And Yada. Got it. Yippee. There's some tapes over here. Where is it? Tapes over here. They say my hunger's a problem. There's some tapes right here and right here. Honestly, Pebble should be a GPS. There's one right there. Yes. My first ever, like, run as Sprout, too, was literally me distracting till floor 20. Because I was like, yes, I can distract. Which I did pretty well. I did, manage to distract Pebble for the most part. And that was all on stream, so, like, I was literally working under, like, even worse performance than I would have if I wasn't on stream. Which that was last Friday too, because I got Sprout when the Care Bears update came out, because I was like, I don't want to be Cosmo no more. I want to be Sprout. Did anybody even say no? Nobody said. Guys, save your Icar for the event. Yeah. Take your tapes. Take your tapes. Yes, save your Icar for the event. Nah, I want spare change. Spare change. Oh. Holy shit! Oh, god damn it. Which way? Which way? Okay, it's Cosmo. Bro is literally rich. What's here? I didn't know it's Cosmo. Say someone else. The pumpkins. The pumpkins. Oh, it's Yada. Got her. There's also some tapes over here. Hello, Goob. Goodbye, Goob. So, technically, you're the only tune that I have to worry about. Since Glisten's, you know, fucking dead. I honestly don't know how I could have even hid their username. Like, bro, you are on live. Like, what are you planning on doing? Are you trying to, like... Are you trying to, like... What are you trying to do? Like, grief someone? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't know. Hi, Tisha. Bye, Tisha. Nah, but the Pebble Astro floor earlier, that was awful. I'm assuming there's 2 other people. Because I see Pebble on a machine, and I'm assuming someone else is on a machine as well. So I'm just gonna put get to elevator, because, you know, we need to let people know, get to the elevator, you know? I'm honestly thinking about picking the dial card, just so that we get it done and over with early. I'm gonna go play another round, see how long till you disconnect. Oh, jeez. Good luck. Somebody sell me something. Here you go. Dude, my acne is like breaking out too. Oh, hey, a band-aid. Don't mind if I do. I will definitely take that band-aid in the 3rd slot. Hey, at least you get a heal for 60 tapes instead of 100. I'm gonna put on the Willwood hat. There we go. Ah, another one. Which way, which way, which way? Russia. Oh, hey, there's a bandit here. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's 6 people. There should be 3 Twisteds. Oh, there's also a bandit here. There's another one here. There's literally another one here. Okay, yeah, there is a 3rd one. There's another one here. There was 2 on this floor. There's also some tapes where the hooked. Oh jeez, no. Shut up, you're stupid. Just kiss me. My lips are like really chapped. But I don't have any like lip balm or anything like that. Okay, since they said get to elevator, I'm gonna also say to get the elevator. Get the elevator. Yeah, get to the elevator. Honestly, they're getting these floors done relatively fast, which I'm glad about. Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Gotta get... There we go. I think that got the tapes. I do really want it. Let's get it done early. My husband. Oh my gosh. Prepare to die? Okay. He usually always spawns right there. Kind of in the middle. Yeah, he's in the middle. He's like on his way. I'm gonna go ahead and pass by real quick, trying to get Louis. Because Louis is the only other one I need, and Louis went this way. I love this song. Aha, there he is. Got him. He wasn't even pissed off. Who died? Because we could use the extra stamina early on and not have to worry about like anything else really, I guess. Okay, so they're AFK. The one that died was Tisha. The one that died was Tisha. The one that said prepare to die. This is a pro run. Come on, guys. This is a pro run. It's literally just me, Sprout, Goob, and Pebble, I think. Okay, he's kind of getting close. But I don't know exactly where he is. Okay, he's over that way. So he is on his way. We'll have to see if he goes this way or that way. He is... He's on his way. Okay, we're gonna escape through here. What? Goob! Goob! What was it for? My Twisteds! My Twisteds! He's right there. If he turns around, I'm not gonna go... Okay, he's going that way. So I'm gonna go back to my normal distracting spot. Sorry, Louis. It's okay. Sprout, it's okay. I'm not gonna get you hit. Don't worry. Don't worry. You do 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 might be over there, actually. No? He's coming from that way. Maybe. He's somewhere. He's somewhere over the rainbow. Oh, he's over there. Yeah, he was over there, like I said. Be good. I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good today. And save me, and hear me. I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll play good, I'll play good today. Welcome back. Did you disconnect? Save me and hear me. Oh, and I'll be with you still. Okay. God, today. Thank you, Cuff I bought. And save me, and hear me, and you be crazy. Yep. I'll play with you. Play with you? Okay. He's not coming here. Okay, he's not. Like, he's not coming over here, is he? Okay, no, he's not. Okay. There are like 3 machines over here. Yeah, because this is 17, or that's 18, 19, and that's 12. Oh, actually, that's 21. 21? Yeah, because that's 19, oh, damn. 20, 21, and 2020, or 22. Yeah. I couldn't do that, oh, and, oh, whoa. Oh, and I'll be with you. Okay, so that's 21 and 22. I haven't heard this song in forever. Wow. Thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. Thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. That's thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, what's not yours, taking what's not yours. Stealing, what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. I know where to look. I'm not a crook. Thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. That's thieving. Stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. That's thieving. Stealing, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours, taking what's not yours. That's thieving. Stealing, taking what's not yours. Oh shit. Shit. Whoops. we go. We did it. We did it. It's best to get it done early so that you're not, you know. The golden bricks. Oh, there is an air horn right here that I'd love to take. Is that Sprout? No, that's Shrimpo. Oh my gosh, I'm blind. Get over here. You two, get over here. Ooh. Watch out. I don't know if I have all of them or not. There's only 4 of us. Probably not. Or probably I do. Ooh. Damn. Okay, I got him. I am a fish inside a bird cage. My brother always sings me songs. I saw them in person whenever I went to see the Willwood concert. It was so amazing. Knew that I belong. He has a wild imagination. Height can barely move. So carry me from these walls, brother of mine. Show me the world outside. I want to be true. Counting on you. Eyes. Ooh, where the fuck? Standing, it's the voice of thee. I'm such a good distractor, guys. Ability to carry me from these walls, brother of mine. Show me the world outside. It has to be true. I'm counting on you to be the wings in my eyes. Okay, I need to get Yada. It's literally just Yada. These walls, brother of mine, show me the world outside. You know, I can actually... That was so loud. It's literally just Yada. Here lies Charlie. You can tell it's him, but his name is great. Showers ice cold, use eco-friendly night bulbs. Night bulbs? Celine Price Rose. I'm gonna pop it again. Weekends, morning. stopped with the cart attached. Had a car crash, cardiac arrest, died of a heart attack. Why am I lagging? Raider, catch you later. I'm off to see the man upstairs. You're all luck from it. Here. I had to open him twice. I was like, Roger. Excuse me, sir. There must be someone you've confused me for. If I could see someone in uniform. They're usually more. Screaming at the angels while they pushed him through the door. Excuse me, sir. There must be someone you've confused me for. If I could see someone who knew me or someone in uniform. Church on Sundays. Truly, usually more. 6, 7. Stay away. No. It's the only thing that's closest to no that I've got. There's not a sticker that says no. Oh. He loves a good chase. It was a demon at the entrance. Sock checklist. Kick you in the ass if you begged him for repentance. I think the Louis stickers surrounding me are a good luck charm. Oh, hey, Sprout. Hi. Oh my god, I'm hiccuping. Until you are exhausted, one day you will have to stop and find out what they wanted from those demons into. You can run to those angels until you are exhausted. Oh shit, we don't have a Tisha. Excuse me, sir. Want to die. Please. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where is he? Where'd he go? Oh my god, I'm hiccuping so much. Oh my gosh, I'm hiccuping so much right now. I am literally hiccuping. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Help. Not quite yet. Oh my god, I'm hiccuping so much. Truth about me and the truth about you, cause you're a brand new species. I try to call you rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out. I've been working on a unified theory if I make it through to on your touch tone telephone, on your AM radio. Oh, I'm crying now. They flow out of me when I think about you, cause you're the only person in the world who understands. Damn! Yeah, you get to the elevator. Don't lose Sprout, don't lose Sprout, don't lose Sprout. I'm hiccuping. I'm literally hiccuping. Is that all? I think that's all. Hopefully. Tunnels? Get your ass over here. Come on. There we go. I literally have Toodles on me. It's Tegan and Roger. It's a family. Oh, hey, Roger. And it's Tisha. He needs to watch out. Go, where are you taking? Where are you taking her? Where is she? Oh, there she is. I got a feeling that somebody's watching me. I got no privacy. Oh my gosh. Oh yes. Dude, his shit sucks. Symbol. Something is fishy. Why'd they change it? I can't say. To get better that way. It's back to Constantinople. No, I can't. Who's here? Smoke bomb. Tegan again. Connie. Shrimpo. And one more. Hey, Tegan. How are you doing? Gosh, Tegan and Shrimpo. I'm assuming it's just a common, like, Tisha. Okay, phew. Oh, it's Roger. my ears, but okay. Oh, shit, shit, I'm sorry. Dude, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize he was right there. I was like too focused. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna pop Roger. Because I can, because I have the dial trinket, and I'm immune to his slowness. Oh, there's no more 6-7s. Get to the elevator! There's been a lot of Rogers and Connies on this map at this point. I'm kind of surprised. Where's the Sprout? There's the Sprout. Is he winning tapes? Sprout? Okay, or not. I guess no tapes. I love their interaction. Oh, phew. There's a med kit. No, 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 no. Ah! 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 There's a med kit here. I think I might have everybody. Yeah, I got Toodles, Astro, Yada, Cosmo. Let's see over here. That's what I'm now wondering. It's like, hope y'all make it, gang. Where? Over here. Make it where? It just seems unlikely that it's me who was to blame. So I bookmark my DSM, cause I need to remember my place. It's not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. Take the road on higher ground and tell me don't look down. You'll fall and break your back. But that just reminds me how there's more to be found beneath. Looks like this is not enough. This is not enough to read it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. Ooh. I'm getting kind of sleepy. Yippee! Oh my god, he scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Well, it's just the two of us. It's over here, Goob. There's a machine over here. Damn, though. Damn, we lost all of our team this floor, basically. This is probably gonna be my last run anyways, but I'm hoping to at least get to floor 20. It's all the way back here. Okay. Thank you, Kelpie Bot. I can take all the tapes I want now. My gosh, I missed that capsule like 3 times in a row. Can I get it this time? Hell yeah. I'm trying to stay awake right now, guys. You know what?
Look at you.
Bro, Aaron fell asleep during my stream.
In the chat.
Aaron fell asleep during my stream. Oh my gosh. Imagine falling asleep during the stream. That's how I feel right now, though. Knife fight. You gotta fight, fight. I forgot what this song was until just now. Knife fight. Bitch. Not crazy, I'm a bitch about you. Swish, swish, swish. Knife fight, knife fight, knife fight. I love this part of the song. It's hilarious. I was thinking of the other part. I was thinking of the part where they just start like singing and they're like, happy, happy, happy. Friend, friend, friend. Happy, happy, happy. I am 20 floors away. 20 floors away from being my highest floor. That's kind of funny to think of. My highest floor is 38. And with a... This is my favorite part. Knives are dangerous. We could get hurt. Tickle fight! Tickle fight. Life to a tickle fight. Tickle fight. Oh. Oh hey, we get our full max stamina finally. Tickle fight. Tickle fight. It's like, woo. I hate this floor, especially on a blackout now. I don't like this floor on a blackout. Ooh. It's Poppy, Yada. I need to find who else is here. It's Cosmo. Tisha. Yee! Yee! Holy shit. Myself. Okay, I got 4. Band-aid here. Not both of us. We both have band-aids. Apparently. Ba, 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 ba. It is 11 p.m. Damn, there's like 3 or 4 in there. Are there really no... Oh, there's one machine over here. Honestly, floor 20? Relatively easy. We've had some nice floors. The floor is very nice. It's only got commons and uncommons. This wrecking ball. I'll break it just because we can. Da da da. Da 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 da. Dedicated hand to put it through the wall. Bring the place apart with me, baby. Just because we can, let's break it. Just because we can, deface it. Just because we can, let's break it. Just because. Just because. Just because. Just because. Really in the sand, I am up on top of the sand. Just because I can. 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 Okay, that's good elevator, so I will kind of distract over here then. Let's break it just because we can deface it. Come on. Now I'm curious, what is their high floor anyways? And finally, I will accept. Oh god, they're a Grow Garden player. Oh hey, it's V. Finally, a non-boring floor. Oh, never mind, that's actually a horrible floor. I would rather die. Shit! Nowhere to distract with these guys. I'm getting tired, man. Oh god. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. I am struggle. I am definitely. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Um. I'm going to ignore Goop. Oh my gosh. I'm probably gonna be dead. Because I don't have the mental strength right now, because I have been live for almost 6 hours. I don't have the mental strength to deal with Goop and V at the same time. And I'm at 1 heart already. I'm trying my best to lock the fuck in. But I'm just gonna avoid Goop. I am literally just gonna avoid Goop. Oh my god, oh my god, there's so much stuff to fucking click. Ooh, sleepwalk. Goop's right there. He's kind of coming towards me. I'm kind of scared. Oh yeah, he's walking in there. He was walking in there. He was walking in there to moiter me. Yeah, he's just walking there. Awake, try to remember it, grab a glass from the cabinet. Try to remember it, grab a glass from the cabinet. Don't try to pry it open. When it becomes a problem. 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 Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Remember, grab a glass from the cabinet. Don't try to pry it open. I wake, try to remember it, grab a glass. Oh. I don't know where he is. It becomes a problem when it becomes. I walked into a. Oh, he's over there in that corner. gay show. When it becomes a problem when it becomes Why am I lagging? Why am I lagging slightly? No. Don't lag. Don't do that. No, 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 no! God damn it. Damn it. Oh,
I panicked. I panicked hard on that. Oh.
I panicked. I panicked.
Oh my god, that sucks. Oh my god, I panicked. I panicked so hard there.
Well, I did the equivalent of what? It's 50, 60, 70, around 75 floors. Two runs got to 20 and one got to 30 and
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid. Cause your boy is tired.
like really tired. I will guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. I was gonna do Minecraft, but oh well. We're not gonna do that anymore. Who are we following that is live today? Who are we following that is live today? Bagel Maego is live. So yeah. We'll raid them. Come on, stop getting the chat settings. I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidee. You guys are rocks. Your raid is called Rock Raid. Whenever you get in their chat, say Rock Raid because it's fun and you guys are rocks. Anyways, I will see y'all tomorrow with the new update. I'm probably going to be live about I'll probably be an hour before the update just so that we can get a run in beforehand and then get to the update.